welcome to session number 67 of Tears of the Kingdom. We are getting there. Currently at a count of 146 shrines and 405 Koroks, and still mysteriously not yet completing the total number of available shield upgrades, but we are now down to, I think, 2 shrines that was skipped due to not having a glider. Previously where we were finding ourselves at about 4 or 5, but we actually managed to go back to a few of them and clean them up. So yeah, welcome Do It Stink and Mario. We'll see what we can do, because only a little bit left now. As far as I know, we have, of course, the 2 shrines that we skipped. We have 2 shrines that have not yet been visited, which are the ones that are in Central Hyrule on the surface. And we have, if you're thinking of multiples of 4, at least 2 that are unaccounted for in the sky. One of them is probably going to be in Thunderhead, given that we haven't really achieved anything there yet. The other one is still unknown. We have to fly around, basically, until something presents itself. So we'll do that, and we'll see what happens. It might be something relatively central. It might be around this area. I mean, there's an east archipelago, a north one. Maybe there's a west one. Who knows? So, Tactics 47, welcome. Hope you're doing well. And okay, so I think we can just go ahead. We finished the last stream after having completed the one where you jump around from ship to ship. And now we'll just find something else. So we should scan around to see if there is anything obvious that I might have missed, in case we can locate the island that we happen to be missing. Currently we're facing east. And that way you got everything to the south. So yeah, we're just going to scout around a little bit and see if we can find the island cluster that we haven't played with yet. Might actually even be over here, because we haven't done a shrine in this location, and yet that does look like a pod of connected islands. That is probably something interesting. I think that's probably it, actually. And if that's the case, then we'll resolve this quickly. So yeah, it looks like there's something connected there. I don't think we've been there previously. We have been over to the moon over here, but perhaps I turned away to a different direction before we actually accomplished anything in this location. That is adjoining. Whoops. Hang on. Didn't mean to walk off like that. That was a mistake. This happens sometimes when I use this scope. But anyway, this will be an ample opportunity to show off this. The fact that we are now actually able to land on things. Well, that's too bad that we lost so much height, because that would have saved me a lot of battery when flying over, but we're still going to do it, because that is the natural location to check. So, with that little save out of the way. Whoops. We didn't fall that far, actually. I mean, this first island was not that far up, so we didn't really lose that much altitude. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. We're going to build. I'm also rapidly running low on Zonite. So that is certainly a concern in its own right. Also, there's a bunny over there. Have we been to a cave in this area? Yes, we have. Also, oh, you know what? We haven't been back here since we cleared the snow for what is probably a snowboarding minigame, but we'll check that before we continue. It will probably send me too far down the hill, and then we have to gain even more elevation to get to where I was talking about earlier, but I'm not the coach. There's a snow shelf in the west. Okay. The Duchess who disappeared. Yeah, we actually haven't been doing that much in terms of side quests. And my objective probably is to go all shrines, and I do want to try the Spirit Temple if we're able to do it, and then probably hitting the finale after that. All shrines may be including the 2 that we need the glider for, but we'll see if that's going to be the case when we get there. What's the snow shelf and looking for smoke signals? Yeah, we'll do that at another point. Let me see if I actually mapped that out. Oh, yes, there's also the... There's always so much to do in this game. There's also the Vamedo Divine Helm that is going to be in this area over here. And you can kind of triangulate that with the 3 hot springs. There's always too much to do. In that case, we should determine whether we should do that first. I think while we have elevation, maybe it makes more sense to go to the Sky Archipelago. But then we would, of course, have to double back. Yeah, because the hot springs will have to drop down quite a ways. So I think it makes more sense to gain height first. I think it makes more sense to have a flight. And we'll just kind of fly from point to point. Okay, so because we're likely to try to gain a lot of elevation, I'm going to build the 4-fan vehicle. We're running so low on fans. Oh, we're going to have to collect that too. Okay, this one here. Here we go. Haven't used this one in a while. But of course, I can be a little more reckless when it comes to fall damage now, given that we have completed the skydive suit. And we're going to head in the general direction of where I pinged, which is... I don't even see it. Hang on. Thought I could. Where was this spawn then? No, that's way off. I'm not facing the right way at all. Oh, there it is, up there. Okay. No wonder I must have missed it. Alright, let's go for it. Also, I should switch to the energy efficiency helm, which is going to be right here. Let's not freeze our buns off, though. That's okay. Once we've cleared some room in the sky, we should be able to see our destination. Probably should have plugged in a battery ahead of time, but that's okay. We'll just plug in some charges as we go. And yeah, very stable vehicle this one. No need to tilted this way and that very much. Previously I had some issues with not being able to lower these once they had been elevated, but since we're just going straight up and hopefully hitting a shrine, we'll ideally not have that issue, and of course we can always detach the fins and rebuild. And so we'll be most of the way there soon. I'm surprised I missed this one. I was right there playing around in Sphere. And I would have thought that I would have scanned around the area and hit everything else in the vicinity. I mean, I don't think it was related to what was here on Lightcast Island, because Lightcast Island, I believe, was separate. I mean, I don't think these islands were involved in the same puzzle. But I might be wrong. As you can see, it's actually one of those that is theoretically reachable by waterfall. We will need another charge. We'll plug that in a moment. Okay, so where am I with my charges? 44 charges, yeah. It's gonna be just fine. We'll have energy to spare as we get up here. So I don't know if this was a shrine that I missed, but it's certainly worth checking. Looks like the idea is that you are expected to go at the waterfall into this pod on the left, and then you swing over to the right. The cloud cover here is kind of in my way. Yeah, and then we'll just drop in here. Again, I guess gonna switch to the full glide suit here just to avoid fall damage issues that might arise. I don't know if we'll have anything like fairies available here. Ooh, okay. It is still cold. Should have accounted for that. Yeah, there are some fairies. We'll grab those. They're not as necessary now that we have some falling protection. Whoops, no. Totally frightened that one away. That's okay, we got 2 more. Just need to be subtle about it. And very gently. In a standard interface, I think if it's anything like the last game, it does have a noise indicator to show off how stealthy you are or not. But the way I've been playing this, of course, we just had to eyeball it with the minimal interface. And we'll just slowly sidle over. There we go. Yeah, so that was your landing point, and you're expected to take the minecarts from here, which we won't because we've got a lander ready to go. I don't think I'd seen this previously. I know I'd run into some other minecart rail. Right, because this segment is where you're expected to take a wing up with you. Okay, so there is no shrine here. Maybe we have been here. But what about that pod that is a little further? Yeah, no, we have been here. So, nothing to see, unfortunately. James D, welcome. How late am I going? We'll see. Maybe about 4 or 5 hours or so, depending on how we're progressing and whether I have the energy. Okay, so... had we been here? That's unlikely to be a shrine. I think that was a boss fight or something. Or have I, for some reason, not checked that? We should check it while we are in the right place and have some battery. Okay, so this was not the island I was missing. Rather like it should be, but... anyway, we've done most of this stuff. Yeah, because... yeah, we did pretty much this whole cluster last time. And... what is that? That's just a sky island? That is in fact the top of the sky island. Where we get our battery expansions. Yeah, so right now the thing we're looking for is that we know we're missing 2 shrines in the sky. At minimum. Because that's what you need to complete multiples of 4. And so we're probably missing one in Thunderhead and one elsewhere, and we have to look for the one elsewhere. Why did I start this? Maybe it was something in that area. We also conspicuously didn't really see much in the northern part of the sky up here. Or further down here. But I think it becomes much sparser because we've been to the labyrinth and this was the Gleeok fight all the way in the corner. Which we had done previously. Sometimes you really kind of need to look at this by elevation, right? Where... you know, this thing is high up. I think that was like Cast Island, right? We had a giant hall of mirrors in the middle. Let me see, because we had done the sphere. Pretty sure that was this one. And all 4 of these. Was there anything that was missing? Well, anyway, let's check this northwestern island then. Because there is some likelihood that it will be useful. And it's also potentially one that I missed. It's kind of tucked away a bit. Might have been slightly out of my way in previous excursions, but... we'll see. And Netcat, welcome. Oh, this is a Gleeok fight. Yeah, it makes sense. The southwest corner and southeast corner had a Gleeok fight. This is northwest, and then maybe northeast had one too, but we actually haven't gone back there to check. So maybe there is a Gleeok in every corner. If it's in the northeast, it would be by the labyrinth. Anyway. Now, because it's a Gleeok fight, we should get ready. However, this is within the cold zone, which is a bit of a problem because that significantly reduces my armor value. We'll see what the weather is like when we land. If I had cold resistance food, I'd be in much better shape. I do kind of have cold resistance food, actually. We'll probably use it so I can armor up. Other than that, I think we're prepared. I found in the past that Lionel bows just take these guys down very quickly. And we also know how to land safely out of the final phase now if we do get kicked up, so... Yeah, we have some long-range bows. Now, do we have a good, hard-hitting weapon? Just Claymore will eventually go to the museum. We'll probably start with Flux Smasher and work our way from there. Or even one of these, yeah. I think we'll kill it easily. I'm actually not worried. We do need to fall safely first, though. Okay, let's first of all not take landing damage. It's just gonna be... We're gonna switch quite a bit here while we initially get into position. So let's get the cold food up and running. Where's my cold food? Here we go. Then I'm going to go... Yeah, it doesn't matter too much. I think we'll go with the Zoning Helm. And didn't we have... Okay, we still are a little low on the Champion's Leathers. Let's go like this. Go. Go up, and we're going to pelt him. Okay, should be easy. Smack him. And then we just repeat. Oops. That was maybe needless durability loss back there. Okay, he's standing a bit close. Oh, no, that's bad. Okay, we just got blown off the platform. I guess we'll have to go back up and find him again. I didn't expect to be that close to the edge. That's okay. We'll go back up. Too bad though, we lost that vehicle too. And spent 3 shots for nothing. But we know how to skydive now, so it could be worse. Too bad about using the cold food too, though. That could have gone better. And yeah, we weakened the Lionel bow. That was too bad. I should have known better than to stand that far inside. We know where he is now, and guess we'll probably just take another Ascender vehicle back up. How did I survive that dive? Well, Netcat, the secret sauce that we discovered last stream is that if you complete all 3 pieces of the glide set and you upgrade it to a minimum of 2 stars, or is it 3 stars? You do 2 upgrades, right? Or yeah, anyway, you upgrade a glide set and you get a set bonus that makes you immune to fall damage. So, if I had known that much earlier in the game, playing gliderless would have been substantially trivialized. But now a bunch of glider-related problems are just completely taken care of. So yeah, as long as we switch back to the clothing quickly enough, we're generally going to be fine. Might be in here. Oh yeah, this is one of the drops. Okay, we need to attach something to it or pull it otherwise. We'll put a boulder on it. We'll put 2 boulders on it. Okay. Okay. Let's not get whacked by the boulder. That would have been unpleasant. So yeah, I think I should go up and hit the Gleok while we're still focused on this. We're not that far down. Will require me to build something expensive though, so I guess we'll just spend some zonite. It's not a big deal. I definitely would have lost the other vehicle at this point though. But I can't afford to use that many fans. We're just so low now. Oh, also, let's use a portable pot quickly to create more cold food. If we can. Whoops. I guess maybe it's on a slant and it doesn't activate. Here we go. And that's attack power and cold temperatures. We need something else. Frost protection. Spicy peppers. We need something that will give me that double dose. Let me check rice recipes so we can look at rice balls. Ah, okay, so this is with two-headed trout, right? Spicy seafood. So I guess that would work. Sizzle fin. That seems a little excessive though. Let's see. Because we don't have a lot of sizzle fin, and so I don't want to deplete it so quickly. But if I'm able to do something with the peppers, perhaps. It unfortunately just gives you the single point of the cold resistance, but perhaps if we combined it with an ingredient, like if we tried peppers plus rice. Let's see if it does anything. And if it doesn't, then we'll have burnt a pot. That cat, it reminds me of the special abilities you get. Oh, only 1 point, okay. Let's put another pot down and actually... No, 1 point is fine. It's just that with cold resistance, if I have both points, then I get to use an additional piece of protective gear. I'd rather do that than spend too much for the trout. Anyway, let's just go back and fight. We could take a balloon, I suppose, but that's good. We'll just spend some zonite. Come on. And head all the way back up. Also, let's go for energy efficiency. Once again. Yeah, Netcat, I actually know very little about Monster Hunter. I've seen some other people stream it. But definitely a series I've largely bypassed. Okay, let's head back up. Thought this was going to be such an easy fight too, and I mean it is. It's just we do need to be careful about certain risk factors we had failed to account for completely. I didn't overshoot that, I know. I couldn't have. Should be right around here. There we are. Can we do it on this battery charge? We're about to find out. Is there special Gleok gear? Well, there are gear upgrades that require Gleok parts as part of the recipe. Yeah, basically the more you upgrade your gear, the rarer the materials involved will be. Until you get to the point where you do need boss parts. Just like in the first game. However, each of the King Gleok fights here in the sky that I've found so far have also dropped the Sage's Will, which allows you to upgrade your damage output from your companion characters. And I don't know if I want to burn a full charge on this. We're pretty close. At this point, though, it is much more battery efficient to do so. Let me find where I kept everything. Yeah, because we might end up spinning like 5 of these or something. Or we can spin one of these and overshoot. Let's just spin a few. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot more. Past a certain point is actually not cost efficient to use small charges at all, but you know, sunk cost fallacy says what it says, and we're just going to have to run with it. Or we could do the whole drop and recall thing, but I think we're going to be cautious here. Yeah, as you can see, because we were out of range, he's back in full health. Cold resistance is going to be gone in 4 seconds, so we better eat up now. Where did that go? And we'll need 1 layer of cold gear, 1 layer of armor. Yeah, I lack materials to upgrade this set. That's the main issue I've been running into. Anyway, let's head up. Oh, that was okay. Come on. There we go. So we just need to make sure we fight him from the inside, and he's right off the edge, actually. Oh. Hang on. We actually need to reposition anyway, too. Just get a bow. Yeah, I mean, you know, every now and then we see new suits in this game I didn't know about, so. Right. Oh. What did I miss? Okay, oh, because he probably... It took too long and the hits came up. You really do need to hit all 3 at once. Before too long. Hang on. There we go. Okay, nice and central in the arena. Which means that when it gets back up, we'll get out of range. Yeah, he's going to try to force me out of range, and then we'll back in and just smoke them the same way. Like I'm doing already. Good. Now let's switch to something else. Probably one of these swords, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. We'll go with this one. It'll be a bit quicker, these one-handers. Come on. Come on. Well, it's just a little bit off. That positioning. Okay. Down we go. Just a couple more cycles like this and we should be in good shape. We need to deal with the final phase, but we can do that. Also, how's my time on cold resistance? 4 minutes, that's fine. Yeah. This can be relatively quick, and then just get back up and do it again. After this, we'll probably have to deal with the sky phase. So let's just burn them down quickly again. Also, weapon broke. Switch to the next one. Yeah, probably gonna get into the sky phase now. Which we're not as worried about because we actually can do the recall right up the ice now, but how to get over here, and yeah, range is going to be a bit of an issue, but if we go like this and go key swing, let's see if it'll hit. Will hit. Excellent. Oh, that's slightly missed. Come on. There we go. And look at that, fall damage. That's a death. That's another one down. Okay, that went much better than last time. Turns out staying on the platform made all the difference. And as expected, as Sage's Will, we've now got 12 of those. I spent 8 already, and there are 4 more remaining at least, so you can upgrade all 4 of the Sages. We'll likely put this one in Tulin, since it's all attack power, I think. And Tulin's actually been pretty good at giving us some covering fire with the bow. So anyway, that's down. The fact that I've encountered these in the corners of the map tell me that if there's an additional one, it should actually be in the northeast somewhere, and that perhaps we should have checked further for other islands close to the northeastern labyrinth. We'll get there. There is, in the meantime, quite a lot to look at over here. So yeah, we've done a lot of these islands previously. Sometimes the cloud cover sort of occludes your view of places that you could potentially go, and so there may have been some places I failed to scout. But we'll see. Let's find my vehicle first. It's still here. It's over there. So let's take a look. Yeah, and the Ark is over there. Actually, something. Oh, yeah, no, we've been there. That one's above the Ark. That was our drop point back during the main quest. So, yeah, this whole cluster here was just Wind Temple sequence. Then, as you get over there, that was one of the skydives, I'm pretty sure. You have to just get some determination of what I have or haven't done. Yeah, so that we can remove this pin because we've been there and we scouted it. That's just a sky island, so that's not what we need. This little sequence here, though, what's that? Oh yeah, we've done that. This whole area is pretty dense with activity, though. I think we're not going to be able to scout anything from the horizon line here. So, likely we'll be going to the southern region. Conspicuously, there isn't anything in the central region. Also, we need to get some clothing back up now that the buff is worn off. Yeah, big chasm over there is Hyrule Castle. Is there something in the center that we haven't done yet? No, we've done that. This is a skydive. This. Looks like we've done it. This looks like it's kind of part of the same cluster. It's hard to tell sometimes. You kind of have to pin first and then draw your conclusions. Yeah, so here there's another adjoining island kind of off to the side. I mean, this must have been the other skydive, right? It looks like it. Well, maybe it's not. Yeah, okay, yeah, it is. That's where we finished the glide suit at Valor Island. I don't think I'll be able to see much from this position, even though the elevation is nice. Eventually we'll have to figure out the Thunder Isle sequence, but that would be some ways off. What's this? There's no way we haven't done that. No, that's what I checked previously, yeah. With the rail connections and everything. I think so, anyway. Hard to tell sometimes. This looks like it was the... Yeah, that's more Sky Island. I don't think we can see anything here. Just checking. I'm gonna check basically every one of these. Looked at all four. What about this cluster here? What was that? It's a little off of this one. trying to remember which one this was. Whether that was just one of the islands supporting that interaction, which I think it might have been. I must have been there, though. And that one in the middle of nowhere, that's the other Gleeok fight. In that corner. Wait, I must absolutely have been there. Starview Island over here. This whole area. I honestly don't remember what it was. We must have checked it though. We did a lot of that whole sequence previously. I'll leave the tag here just in case. But I don't think it's new. It's hard to tell whether I'm just missing something though. That doesn't look conspicuous enough to be what we need. Alright, so let's just go and actually play. Yeah, we can't always drop anywhere we like, of course, if we want to go back down to Stony Spot or something. That whole platform down there, in fact, that is just this shrine. Top of Rito Village is visible there. More cloud cover. This is the beginning of the Wind Temple sequence. Yeah, if I could determine what I'm missing in the sky, that would just be very helpful right now. Maybe that bit over West Gerudo actually is our best lead. It's kind of a long ways though. But we can get there. It's really just a decision between trying to go over there at risk of redundancy with something I've done already. Likely redundancy, in fact. Or taking a dive down here and going for the remaining Divine Helm. Because after that, maybe we can just ride over and have a more advantageous point for ascending, but yeah. At some point, of course, I also want to check the Spirit Temple to see if it is doable now. Although, I suspect I'll need to follow something in the main quest first. Where's my vehicle? Here it is. So if I'm looking for the helm, is going to be somewhere here. It's pretty close to where I am right now, actually. We just spent a control stick and a bunch of Zona on this. I actually am not too attached to it. But we can maybe pilot it out and drop on top of it. Yeah. Yeah, let's do this side first. And just dive with it. Scout every island we can in the meantime. That, what's that? It's over water. I feel like we haven't seen it. Yeah, because some of those middle elevation islands there easily missed. Oh, wait, we can always deplete this. And then look for the hot spring spot below. We don't even need energy efficiency at this point. We want to burn that off anyway, so. Let's just rotate around and try to find a location to drop down to the spring. Should be something that we can triangulate. Unless we're supposed to interact with something at each spring, the way that, say, the Three Brothers quest worked in the previous game. Yeah, let's turn it over this way a little bit. And we'll see where we drop. I can switch to Glide if I'm worried about a drop, but let's see what kind of terrain we're dealing with. Because we actually should be able to ride straight down with no trouble, as long as we don't bump into something unusual down below. So yeah, we're looking for a hot spring. It should be somewhere connected to the other locations. Also, we didn't properly discover this one, I suppose. So we should go back and do that. It's right there. You can see the pool. And we'll see if we need to do anything to unlock the pools or join them in some way. But we'll just drop in first and see. And look at that. Let's first of all fish this out. And secondly, help them put up another sign. What we'll do is probably just put a plank down first. And join along the diagonal. Kind of like that. It's a little off. Oops. That's from latent to question from way back. The question from way back. Oh, I see. You mean the one that was the puzzle? The music puzzle, okay. Yeah. From one of the Professor Layton games, you mean? So. Yeah. Alright, anyway. Let's do this. Pretty simple. Just slip it in this side as well. Oops. Oh, hang on. Okay, this one is a little too far in. We actually need a layer this one in first because of the way that this board is set further in. So you do this side first. You can do this side because then you can actually attach it to midpoint. And then clean it up a bit. That's not very good, actually. I feel like we can do much better. There we go. Unforgivable. Yeah, I should get into the Professor Layton games at some point, but that'll come eventually. It's a pretty big series at this point. Anyway, with that, he's off. Right, and so we needed to do something to find locations connected to the springs or something like that. We might need to interact with it in some fashion, but we'll go a little deeper in and see, maybe. Because perhaps I do need to head in and interact with these in their own way. Oh, look at that cutscene. Not super bright, is it? Somewhere down there must be our mushroom haven. Oh yeah, this is the cave that we found a while ago, except we followed them around a couple points first and Rather, we have found a cave that eventually will be there. Mushroom Haven, but... Ah, I see. If I understand this correctly, this is going to be one of the caves that will just connect to a system that joins the hot springs, and that's where you find the Divine Helm. Okay, let's smoke this with something else. Do we have weapons we can use with this? We kind of can, but... yeah, I might as well put this little boomerang with us so we have a spare mining weapon later on. Yeah, we've been here before. Not seeing the right place you're looking for. We've been there. It's interesting that previously I just hadn't gone out to the spring, even though we have in fact been down this cave. We'll likely be out of range of the vehicle at this point. We have explored all this. And, yes, it's this little bit here. I remember this passage. From weeks ago, actually. Because it's what led me in here, and I was wondering what this was all about. Now we found it again. Oh, totally, completely amazing. Okay, quest complete. I earned the mushrooms here fair and square, yep. Yes, we did. Mushrooms all over the world. That's why we'll see them in Super Mario Bros. Wonder. The world's filled with mushrooms. Like it's a mushroom kingdom. Who finds the haven? Well, we know the answer to that. Not really the shrooms we need, but that's okay. Truffles are great, though. So yeah, let's pop back out. And even if we do lose the vehicle, that's fine. We'll be going for the Divine Helm anyway. Looks like you can't actually ascend out of here, which is unusual. Possibly just obstructed up top. Huh. Curious. Yeah, interesting that we went there previously without actually getting within range of the hot spring itself. Eagle Clan, yeah. We'll smack him with something. consequential. Take his bananas. We could ride the bear, but I'd rather head back down. Actually, we're quite high up. So if we're triangulating between the hot springs, we should be heading up that way anyhow. Wonder if we should stay low for that. I think we should. Swift Violet, we actually need a lot more of those. So. Oh, look. Yes, we should actually get a piece off the dragon. Let's get a vehicle together and do it. Spent way too much zonite again. Now we need fangs off of her next. If I'm not mistaken. So we should probably get in front and hit her in the teeth. We'll build this one again. It's a little easier to descend with it if we get caught in the updraft. I was not going to build a vehicle again this soon, but the dragon calls, so what can you do? Another frost gleeok up there. Do we know about that one? Yes, we do. We're just moving to intercept the dragon if we can. It's going to reposition a bit after getting height. Kind of tempting to take a rocket up too. And we'll head forward and see where we can go. Just overshoot her a little bit. And reposition. Okay, let's get up here. Now we can actually see her. I don't really want to deal with all these guys right now. Got a dragon to catch. So yeah, it's fangs that we need. It's gotta be up the teeth. So we'll try to approach her from in front if we can. Yeah, we're within the music range as well. We'll see. Previously I thought I was going to go for one of her spikes and we just ended up getting an additional scale, so this time we're going to try to hit the mouth. The beak. Let's see if we can dislodge the correct piece. Makes sense to recharge it a little bit. That could have been very awkward. Yeah, in general, if we're saving Silent Princess and Sunderland, really we just need Dragon Parts to upgrade Champion's Tunic. And we'll attempt that. Should actually go for battery conservation, like I did there. And of course we're going to be at the mercy of Yunobo's terrible aim, but I'm going to attempt the beak. Can't aim this guy at all. Doesn't help that he's kind of sitting off the edge of the vehicle rather than front. If you pitch forward, he seems to aim up a little bit. Yeah, gonna try to catch the beak. We're running out of energy though. Get there soon if we're doing it. Get the right position. Nope. Would have been a miss anyway. Yunobo, come back. Come back. Come on. No. Wait. No, he's just so terrible to aim. Terrible to aim. Now we're caught in the updraft. We'll have to put in a charge into us again. Yeah. Yeah, because he actually hit the frame of my own vehicle since he was gunning from the side. Alright, let's see if we can lower ourselves a little bit and come around. Get a somewhat controlled position. Star fragment over there too, once we do this first. There we go. Hopefully that's a fang. Now here's the thing, we can in fact just drop. We're willing to take a bit of cold damage. Oh, seems like we lost a vehicle there. That's okay. Shardolight Dragon's Fang, excellent. That's exactly what we wanted. Let's grab a Korok. Was Not intending to actually use my shield as a shield, but okay, that's fine. What I was trying to do was use Earthquake, but anyway, let's put on some cold protection. One of those would have been fine, in fact, but that's okay. Alright, here we go. We're not using the Lionel bow, obviously. This will maybe good here. Okay. So we followed the dragon so far out that we are far from what it was originally trying to do, which was look for the Divine Helm over here. We can always go back for it. It'll just take a while. We could take a vehicle back, of course, but we're in a so low zone at this point. Yeah, everything up there I think is temple related. Two springs here basically for climbing purposes if we so desired. Yeah, all that was temple content up to the arc. We only need one layer of cold resistance. Let's put on those snow boots. Maybe look for some swift violet up the cliffs. If we can. And we've been here, obviously. Oh, yes, there was a whole star fragment that fell earlier, too. It's too late now, no. 6:30 a.m. Too busy with a fang. So, let's, fly back out of here, I think. Just much more efficient that way. Even if it's cost inefficient. Until we roll for more fans, of course. Actually, go. Yeah, we'll go for this one again. 15. Under 200 zone at this point. That's getting tight. Let's go back to the depths and farm zone. Which we can do when we attempt a spirit temple, but we'll see when that's going to become doable. And of course, now we need another cold layer. Yeah, we're trying to go for the helm. But just distracted by one thing after another. And yeah, we'll see what it makes sense to do. Okay, we'll continue trying to triangulate here. We probably can fight the frost cloud. But there is a campfire over there that seems interesting. Let's drop in to see it. And where is your snowboard coach? Races of surfing in the snow. Somewhere she can't see a smoke signal yet. Could be in a cave or something. We'll see. I mean, how visible are the snowboard tracks, I wonder? Also, there's a bunny down there, which indicates a cave nearby, but we have found it. We could also be in the cave, though, given that this whole sequence... Oops, forgot to change clothes. Well, it became relevant after clearing Rito's story. We should really get the vehicle first, though, just so we don't despawn it, because these things are expensive. Overbuilding them. Yeah, let's put this out for a moment. Yeah, we'll ride it out. And keep it reasonably close. Remember how deep this goes. So, we'll take a look. Interestingly enough, a lot of this looks snowboard accessible. Anyway, there she is. Slight injury, perhaps. Create a new course for your students? Yeah, I guess we do get to ride it. Stop by the lodge. Yeah, we'll be able to go. And that'll be a minigame. Now, I wonder if we should go deeper in. We have been here previously, but it might give me a clue to the Von Meadow helm, which we had previously located. I suspected this would be a part of the eventual snowboard course. You're supposed to take it in here and then all your way down. We're going to lose the vehicle at this point. I had discovered this cave before, so... It actually does look promising when it comes to matching up to the triangulation point. Or not. Okay. This pops right out. That's okay. That means we'll keep on looking. Yeah, we'll see what goes on with the hot spring. Should really get those snow boots though. And once again we massively overspent Zonite on just a small voyage. We just need more fins. Problem will be solved. Yeah, should be somewhere along here. We can just figure out how to join falls. Or the springs, rather. This looks prominent. This giant block of ice. It's also located pretty much exactly where I wanted to go, so I bet this reveals something. Oh, once again, let's remember to grab some violet off the cliffside. Alright, let's switch to something that'll let me melt. And we'll just stand here until it does its job. Good thing we've kept this Talus heart around all this time instead of actually using it in combat. Yeah. This looks very much like it should be at least a pathway to remaining helm, so we'll just stand on it until something happens. Well, it's the right place. It's clearly a major interaction. And it does, in fact, open a passage. Okay. Let's in fact switch back to some mining weapons. Well, the very high number of bomb flowers here makes me wonder. Well, that's encouraging. Well, we found it. Yeah. Okay, this technically should send you back out, but we won't use it that way, of course, so we'll instead see how we can interact with any of this. Oh, frog. Yeah, we'll get up there part way and we'll smack it. Go. Yeah, this is hot spring water as well. Could be something above, let's check it. Anyway. Nothing back here. Further up, perhaps. Yeah, looks like it. Oh, or maybe not. But there are a couple of other points here that... Oh yes, I see. You're clearly meant to jump and then bomb them at certain locations. I wonder if we can just do that in melee range without complications. Should be able to. Should really put on his Nat helm for this. Or even just complete the snow ascent, that's probably easiest. Yeah, actually, a lot of different locations to check all around here. See that, in fact, the idea would be... We went to skydive. We can ride up, and on our way down, we can shoot everything. We get a ride? Not quite. Yeah, I see the point. Just shoot everything on the side and hope for the best, so... In that case, let's move on up. Probably begin by finding somewhere to ascend. I think I probably totally could have gone for that. But we'll see, as long as this doesn't pop me up completely. It just leaves me within the cave. Almost, not quite. This is the passage inside. That's just ceiling over there, so... Oop. Nope, hang on. Yeah, I should have just done a jump shot with it. Would have been fine. Or just ride something up. In fact, a balloon basket might be quite good here. I'm a little too low right now. Oh, there we go. Maybe we need to poke 3 of those. Looks like we're just missing some. So yeah, we basically connect all the hot springs. And that would do it. That side. Yeah, we need to get higher up. See what I haven't poked. It looks like I'm probably missing one over there. In fact... Oh, doesn't quite reach. That's okay, we'll just get up there. We'll try it again. Nope. That's what we get when we don't have a snow clothes suit. That's okay. Yeah, we opened 2. I feel like we... One more to go over there. Hey, nope. Forgot to get the bow out. After breaking the last one, that was rather important. I have to get the bow ready before the jump shots. Or you just whiff it. And good old 2 plaques. And there we go. Should open something. Opens quite a lot. Well, this is one of the more interesting ones. So it's the correct direction, right? Maybe. Oh. Check this for a moment. Yeah. That should be the helm. We're gonna wind up dumping a whole bunch of sapphire into it, I'm sure. And it is cold resistance. Alright, good enough. Keeping the bond with Rita when worn by Hylian. I wonder if they do have some effects related to the associated champions. Maybe. Anyway, we'll take the spring. We'll likely just send it to this somewhere. Got a bubble frog in here too, so it's all done. Perfect. Well, why don't we wear a new helm? Show it off a little bit as a fashion item. Okay. So, next time we should do... We need to figure something out. Yeah, we still need to find that missing sky shrine. And probably make another attempt at cracking Thunderhead Isles. And at some point go back down to the depths for A, Zonite, and B, the Lionel Coliseum, which we still need to do at some point. I think I actually am properly equipped for it. We might need more food ahead of time, but I feel like it is fairly doable. So what we should do first is, I think, head back to probably Rio Village, or... Yeah, because we can plug some things into the statue as well. And maybe go for a Great Fairy after that. Maybe even snipe some of these Gleoks on the way. However, I do believe that means we need to spend on another vehicle, which is getting pretty expensive for me here. Okay, we got this by set. But yeah, we can probably afford to upgrade that quite a bit. I need quite a lot more opal for the Vibruta helm, of course, but these things will come. Yeah, so I actually didn't realize until I read the description just now that, oh, okay, so that's what they do, and that's why they're a viable substitute, is that they do deepen the bonds, and perhaps that does affect the attack power. Which means, of course, that we should take advantage of that at some point. But first, though, we can get up to the skull here. I think that's just a Gleok fight, and we may be able to take it out. Let's just run out of here. Snow boots, if I may. We'll just look for that Gleok somehow. Oh no, well, okay. Let's put on a second layer. Yeah, there it is. I don't remember if I fought this one. I think I marked it because I haven't fought it. Well, we should actually get ready for it with some additional weaponry. Since I've got all these Zonite bases that I haven't been using. I think first of all we're going to take something decent. Not going to take these 55s or anything, of course, but probably just one of these. Yeah, the Gleok horns, of course, also have elemental attacks. And they're getting plentiful now that we've farmed a good number of them, but we should keep it now just in case. Let's go silver. There we go. And then these, we should probably construct parts in both of them. And maybe save one of them for something like a flux core later, but it might be a while before I see one, so let's just do what we can. Yeah. Let's see here, construct 3. I think we'll do. Well, we actually see construct 4 more often at this point, so we might as well just take this. And use both. Yeah, so this was actually partly used already. I should have taken that into account. We're putting something this big on it, but that's okay. Not really a big deal. Yeah, we got lots of weapons to work with at this stage, so. Let's just get in there and kill him. Probably want a bit more armor value for now, though, so let's switch. Actually, no, we don't want freeze protection, so we can do. We can use cold food again. We can use the sand helmet. We can also just go full snow quill. Not the strongest option here, but it'll do. Need some kind of platform to stand on for jump shots. Maybe find him back here. There we go. Right there, you come. Yeah. And then, yeah, we just need 50 damage, so Royal plus attachments would be fine. Force 12 would also be fine. I feel like Savage Lionel we should save for either Lionels or King Gleok. Royal Bow plus an attachment, or Royal Bow plus an attack buff food would work too. But we just need something absolutely minimal. In fact, we're just a little off angle here, so it makes sense to maybe go Arrow Good Eyeball. Then, or something that will actually hit. Let's actually go for our attack food. We don't need attachments. Yeah, might as well just use one. Okay. He should go down really quickly. If he gets up into the high phase, we'll be prepared to take the recall ride. So let's just try to kill him now if we can. Look at that. Don't need to even need to do the last phase, so nice and easy. Absolutely no problem. Okay, let's go over to Selmy's spot. We can just climb it manually and We'll have to snowboard back down anyway, so. Yeah, I suspect it's going to be a big snowboard ride that takes you through to a cave or something. We do have a sled shield. So. We'll see if that helps. We found her already. Yes, we did. Yeah, get back there. And we'll just climb it. Let's go back to the snow boots. And it'll be a nice easy walk up. Really shouldn't be any trouble. Let's switch back to some lesser bows. And also grab more Swift Violet. Okay. Anyway, up we go. Actually, the next mountain over. We see it. Yeah, we'll just run all the way up. Not a big deal. Unfortunately, I can't ride a moose as far as I can tell. We don't need this weapon. And up we see the flags. That looks like the starting point. We'll get there pretty soon. Okay, we are. Alright, let's get boarding. A reward for snowboarding is more snowboarding. Yeah, it's a long cave, so staying away? No, that's got to be part of the course. Maybe the advanced course. Strong zonite shield. Okay. definitely shield surfers like you way up there, given the shrine that I found before. Also, there's a cook pot here. We should probably use it. Yeah, I remember taking photos of all the shields here in a previous game. Wow. Anyway, let's cook. Let me see how we're doing for slots. Okay, 9 rows. Of the possible 12. Let's use some more truffles. Just to get a few dishes together. Oops. There we go. We'll just make a few. And actually, if we're down in depths, we'll probably need gloom food. If it's for something like the Lionel fight, but that's okay. We'll worry about that. Do need a lot of Sunderline for the next champion upgrade, so champion's leathers. Anyway, did we get anything in the surf? It is some scheme. And we'll go with a sledge shield, since we have one. And since we know from previous experience, it actually worked quite well. Okay. Cool, you get off the shield sometimes, yeah. You can basically cheese it with a rocket or something if you really wanted. Or actually, she's got wings here too. You just fly down to the goal. I wonder if the wings could also be used as a surfboard. Look at it. Come down to a big bridge. Yeah, let's not miss it. Littered with a few obstacles that fell from the sky. Or put them in good use, okay? Alright. Don't really know where I'm going. We just follow the incline. Hey, over here, okay. Okay, that's fine. It's acceptable. I remember I got very lost on one of these back in Breath of the Wild. In the same area, really. $47, okay. That's surprisingly tight. I bet that the expert course just gets you something like the paraglider skin. So I don't think we have one for this region yet. It would make sense for it to be locked behind this.
Oh. Ah.
Maybe this will take us down into the cave.
Oh.
A lot longer than the beginner course.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's the big bridge. But it does take you down all the way to the cave. Surf underneath it. And continue straight ahead, yeah. Smoothly transition down the curve to the left. I hope we get some guideposts from her other students. This looks like navigationally it could be pretty complex, so.
Ah.
Long course. Yeah, surf and wing or something. I think maybe that's the implication.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
We don't really know where we're going, so. Totally just surf it instead. Seems heavily implied that you aren't supposed to take the wing. But that's okay, we'll just leave it as is. Anyway, here's the bridge. Something about a curve to the left. Out here ahead of the 47 seconds earlier, at least. Yeah, this looks like it's still probably correct. Whoa. That does not look correct. I have no idea where I'm going now. I mean, a slope is a slope, right? Maybe this is still right. Oh, there's the flags. Okay, quite imperfect. But we'll take it.
Oi. Oh.
Not far off from your own best time. How far off?
Ah. Uh-huh.
Left there, go ways off course. Down to a ravine, you'll come to the cave. Okay, so Yeah, we should go there. I mean, I don't know if it's something timed. But we have been there, so... Hang left goes away off course and down into a ravine.
Ah!
Soldier shield, yeah, that's okay.
Oh! Ah!
Well, okay, let's try the cave. Since we're so heavily hinted.
Oh! Yeah!
Maybe that's what gives you the glider skin. We'll see. Over here. So we veer off course. Over here, is that where we're going? East Snow Shelf Cave, yeah, I should be right. Probably far too low. I think we missed it. Yeah, I skipped it. It's just this spot here. There we go. Right, because it just kicks you out the other side. I remember this. And then, so it'll be a pretty significant shortcut, despite the time that we lost. Yeah, because I remember it just spills you out the other side. Not gonna beat my time, though. Because we were so far off target. Well, actually, I will beat my time. Even with all the mistakes. So, pretty big savings.
Yay!
Well, we'll see what the expert benchmark is.
Ma!
Oh, I beat your record, okay. Alright. Despite a slight disaster with overshooting the cave.
Ah!
We'll take that too.
Oh!
All of these shields are so far behind what I have obtained throughout the game. We got up to royal shields pretty early, in fact. That's okay. I don't know. We could try set a time again. There's no particular point in doing it. Other than seeing how much we can gain by actually hitting the cave, but
Ah!
don't want to pay up too much for more shields we don't need, so. Okay, so no glider skin after all. That's okay.
Oh!
You'll be wanting to see how much I've improved. I mean, I don't know if there is a
Ah!
benchmark.
Oh?
Yeah. Oh yeah, we have so many shield slots to we haven't filled since upgrading. No wonder I have so much room. Okay, let's do something else. I want to hit a ferry from upgrade at some point. Snowfield Stable is pretty close by. We want to head over to that side. Rito Village is also fairly close by. Just thinking about which side we're going to check. Or whatever it was I missed in the sky. I feel like the northeast is kind of very conspicuously open. But we'll see about that. Also, why did I mark this then? Oh, right, because that was the lower island. It was over water. Looks quite accessible from this height that we have here. In fact, let's get my Novo going and let's toast this guy. Yeah, we don't really need to gain height or anything, we just need to go straight ahead. Okay. What was this? Oh, we've been there. Alright. Let's see. Facing this way. That island right there. We should try it. Don't know if it looks like it is anything interesting, but we'll try it. Which means, once again, spending way too much zonite. Unless there's something I want to see on the way. No, not really. Oh, whoops. Back here. And yeah, let's just go. Battery efficiency. Before we forget. And let's just see how we do. Might be nothing. Looks like a pretty small island, but there is one of those Korok points, which hopefully we can land on. Looks like I hadn't previously been here, so... Or at least if I had, I wouldn't have checked the Korok Island, which is demarcated by the tree. let's go for that first before we proceed. To see whatever else is there. One of these. Maybe. We're gonna drop the vehicle first, though. So I can come back out. Okay, that was a little dangerous, but we got it. Let's go with the full glide suit. And we got it. And it's still cold here, so let's not be cold. Rail sequence. This does look like something I haven't done, though. Maybe. Just a chest, though, not a shrine. Sage as well. Very nice. Probably only 3 remaining. We know that one of them was under one of the moons. Possibly there's an additional Gleeok fight. It would be nice to get them all. Not expecting to really do a true 100%, but I like those discrete challenges like that. Are very understandable when it comes to completionism. Anyway, we should take advantage of this location too. Look for anything else I haven't done. First event, I feel like that's where we had been previously in this stream. Yeah, because that's the hub, the flight point and all that, so that's not where we want to go. Thunder Plateau. We have been there. And there. There's a risk of walking off the platform while I'm in the scope. Why did I mark that in red? Because perhaps I haven't been there. Yeah, we just looked at that. Oh, this is fairly close by. It's just... Oh no, it's not. It's just large. And it is the Great Sky Island. This was just a Zonite Forge, wasn't it? Or something? No, that was... Yeah, that whole pillar, okay. Well, just trying to figure this out. So yeah, we've been to all of those. Some of the ones not so much. The Sky Island, we've been to the Labyrinth, and all that. We are potentially looking for one that is over on this side, but not that one. We've seen that. Lights out. We have seen that cluster. Let's let the cloud cover get out of my way first. Let's not walk off. Okay, again, let's let the clouds disperse. If I'm not mistaken, there should be another Gleok Island. It's like all the way at the back. Or other islands anyway that we may have explored a bit initially when we came off Death Mountain, but not very thoroughly. So we'll just have to check. I think that area is kind of suspiciously empty. And that's true of the desert in the southwest as well, and that didn't really turn out to be very much. Yeah, there are a couple of islands here, so it's possible that I might have missed one. Yeah, if you look at this way out over here. Yeah, we should actually check that region. That's got enough going on. Around Death Mountain. That there may be something. There we go. Yeah, we'll just fly over somewhere. Vaguely east. Possibly drop into the ferry. But we'll have more opportunities. Interesting. Low enough to occasionally read as being in the surface world. And we'll just keep our eyes open for islands and like that have not been interacted with. Well, absolutely no mistaking the Hyrule Castle area. Swarming with gloom. Swirling out of stuff. And that light down there, that's the Great Fairy. What do you see her? And we see geoglyphs off in the distance too. Yeah, probably we'll just continue with another battery. Unless we really want to drop in on the other ferry. I mean, I guess it would be an easy drop since we're just directly over Snowfield, but if we do that, we'd want to drop over to Stable anyway in order to get cash. Actually, yeah, let's drop on the Stable. We're close to it. We're not directly on it. You know what I mean? There we go. Nice solid landing. Let's grab the vehicle a little closer. Okay. Kind of like a hot beast too. It won't work. Anyway.
Wow! Sa! Woohoo!
I think we might actually need this. I don't remember. There was a particular butterfly. Maybe not this one. It was... Anyway. Let's sell off first. Yeah, might as well sell off a whole bunch of these too. I don't think we need as many Great Bright Bloom either. But yeah, let's sell off some of it. Some, not too much. Just enough to get by with the upgrades for now. And what else can we do? Yeah, I don't remember how necessary some of these parts are, so I don't want to sell absolutely everything yet. Probably we're done with a lot of the basic stuff, though. But you never know. Gleeok wings, yeah, we've got plenty of those at this point, but we actually do want to save them. Okay, let's see here. What else can we pawn off? Probably more of these parts. Again, hopefully it doesn't sink us for some kind of upgrade we need later. And those Alphas Talons. Yeah.
Wow!
Anyway, let's keep it as is. The outdoors is okay. Oh, it's okay. No worries about that. It even says so in my quest log. Okay, let's see what the fairy's up to. And we're almost there. Yeah, okay. Let's grab this. Get the hum up and running, I think. And then we'll get a better chance to see how much sapphire is left when the damage has been done. Yeah, let's skip it. And yeah, this is also going to eat into my zonite bank. I should have accounted for that too. We're going to be pretty low. And the large zonite is getting depleted as well. But just one more to go after this. Okay. And one more time. That really kills my large zonite bank. Almost completely. We'd need another one. These sets for the Zora clothes as well, in fact. So, but at least we know how much sapphire we have left. Turned out quite well, yeah. And no, we're gonna hold off on these still. Although I guess if I plug in this one now, we can see potentially what the sort of final tier is, which would be useful. Also, we totally can afford this if we really wanted. spin down all the Milduga guts now. I think we'll hold off until we see more of the set. Yeah, we're gonna pinch pennies with this. Okay, so. Yeah, there's quite a lot in the sky that we tagged, so. Let's just make it to something. It's all the way on the other side there, but that's okay. Should in fact be looking at other islands we could hit. We've been up there. Why did I start this? I don't remember. Maybe it was something important. Might also just have been one of the locations to grab a lot more vehicle parts for all I know. Oh yeah, it's another one of those theoretically readable fragments. In that case, let's keep going. Okay, we're going. And what do we have? Yeah, we see some structures that are obviously pretty far away, and so not going to be relevant to us all that soon. Also, I guess we should get back to another shelf, or shield rather. I wonder, because there's a lot of blank space here too in the middle. It might just be that there's a big patch with clear skies. Hasn't been shot down with heavy artillery yet. Okay. Let's see. Oh. Got a change in lighting over here, which might be good. We need clear skies. Labyrinth over there. And yeah, we actually see a pods distributed all over the place here in this view. Any little specks in the horizon. Still doesn't resolve. Question of what I missed though. Well, that would be silly. Yeah, I think that's actually the thunder cluster. You see at the bottom of the middle. When you're at a distance, you can see it clearly, and maybe that's the way that you're supposed to traverse it. Well, not always you're permitted, let's say. Wouldn't say standard. Given our playstyle has been anything but. Okay, should we bother? No. Oh. Okay, I didn't realize that was mud. Fortunately, that kicks me back here with no vehicle. That's very unfortunate. Yeah, I didn't think about how that would be the military camp. Okay, that was kind of annoying. Especially because we're down to so little zonite. Well, we can talk about the problem or we can solve it. And again, I should really get to those remaining shrines in Central Hyrule. But... well, let's see. We're still missing a bargainer statue somewhere too, which is all kinds of odd. Hmm. Yeah, you have pretty concentrated ascension point on that. What was this place all about? We have in there. Yeah, that's right. Ah, yes, that was where we saw the first clean layout. My sense of scale is totally off. And yeah, we can probably take this to the right. I think the best idea is still to go for the Elden Sky. But I think maybe we should ride over. Head to Death Path in that way, and then we'll... not fuss with vehicles so much. Although... let's see. I just don't know where to look for that. Which is why I really should check that island cluster. And if we do, maybe it makes more sense to... I don't know, we lost a vehicle. Let's just try to be cheap about it. And if you do that... Just figuring out what the priority order is supposed to be. Or what we would like it to be when it comes to exploration. Yeah, let's just actually keep going straight. I think the idea was fundamentally sound. We just picked a bad landing location because I sort of accepted that it was going to be with a local setup. Okay, let's see. Yeah. And we have been here. We probably should check off the remaining shrines or something, though. Just trying to decide where to go. Oh, we've marked out clear destinations on the right side. We have to go for that. We'll just have to bear with it. Yeah, it's just that we're so far down in Zonite at this point. If we were to go down for more, I'd probably want to hit the Coliseum. Now there's a natural drop point over here. A couple of them, in fact. Cape Post Town. Well, we have very little budget left, so 32. Yeah. Considering what heavy users we are, not gonna be good. Back when they were an RSS assistant. Anyway, we shouldn't spend so much time trapped in the decision here. We should actually do something. Yeah, I see a build. Again. Been happening a long time. Okay. Should power through it.
Anyway, over to summon over here. I do see a signpost down there. Has that been assisted? I check this guy. Yeah, looks like it did. Or maybe not. Okay. Okay. Oops. Yeah, we're gonna just go over it. And yeah, you can probably do that. We'll go around a foggy blob. Okay, so far in actually. Let's get out. Well, that is a pretty sensible contract. Now we can, if we're curious, drop down into the depths below. Castle at any time, I think. We're not doing that yet. We might cram it later in the week if we're really spinning our wheels. We can go battery. And I'll also do water landing for real this time. Whoop. Okay, no, that's correct. Had a moment of doubt there. Simply because of what happened to the last one. Anyway. For that matter, nobody else understands where he is either. Yeah, we'll just follow the river. Yeah, not a lot of excitement in the moment, but that's okay. Okay. No, I wouldn't say so. Anyway. Okay, we actually went completely out of course. Which means we should look for something they'll understand. Okay. They really fit in. Wait, what exactly? Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. Okay, so at least you get a lot on the schedule. Sure that we could squeeze something out of it. Okay. Anyway, a whole lot of getting point A and point B in the game. You could say that I'm experiencing it more profoundly than most, given that I was pretty intent on doing that. Let's get ahead, I guess. Okay. Okay. Well, I think we're at a close. And there's another horse fragment question. Okay. Yeah, we should actually make sure we get a look. Yeah, just make sure what part they're in. Now we know. Okay, almost there. Yeah, no, just more woes. Yeah, all concerned about that. I'm just trying to navigate here. Okay, so let's use it. Okay. Lois. Dude, you're trying to look at the map and some of the advanced feature set that we have on it. Yeah, that's just a typical audio point, I think. Oh, there's something over there. Actually take off some pins, okay. Okay. Been here. Oops. Oops, what happened to it? Okay. I've actually been warned about this. Okay. I think it actually is trying to rebuild after all this excitement. Well, here's the gut check. Yeah, I don't think we've been there. It should be. Eventually, it's something like a function or. Whoops, standing right here. That was not a great idea. Okay, so. And why are they still fighting? Oh, over there, okay. Well, we'll let them do their thing. Thumbs up. Goron City. Oh, you know what? Since we're here, it makes a certain amount of sense. To perhaps go to town for just a little bit. Yeah, okay. Okay. We've more or less been through some of that. Oops. Go on. Just waiting for the peel off, apparently. Okay, other side. Let's see what we can get. Okay. Anyway, you can read all about it. While you were thirsty. Well, I was thirsty, I was able to. These are Shrine's letters from there. No way. Oh, here it is. I know. Any sage? Well, only the ones that haven't gotten it yet, so. Okay. And yep, we got that. Gotta shoot this quickly, actually, just to timestamp it. Get past him. Yeah, he's alright. Better in this game than in a previous one. Okay. Alright, let's see. Okay. So yeah, we should check each of these. I'm pretty sure I had missed them. We can't begin with that one. The fact that we can get some additional vehicle parts, that would be great, but not really counting on it. Too many things in a state of disarray. Yeah, I wonder how we've been getting by these so quickly. Okay. Yeah. Oh, did I actually bother to the heart. Where's it? All the way back down. Okay. There's something that's sneaking here. Okay, well. Not sure. Yeah, sure, let's do roughly 20 years. Not a hard benchmark. Okay. Let's see here. Once again, we might as well spin it down. Yeah, very good. Conceptual guide does some of that. At least I could tell. There's so many quests that we haven't done here either. Yeah, moon gazing. It's a little while's out. Okay. On the mountain itself. Okay, we basically picked up what we want for the most part, so. Yeah, this is a problem. Yeah, in contrast to the previous stream, it feels like we've gotten very little done today. There's a lot of transitional decision making. Okay. Oops. Let's see this on. Let's move it slightly. Okay. Well, that was it's tripping all over the place. Yeah, we should be able to get back up there without much trouble, and we'll determine whether it's something we've seen before. This island's not going to be a shrine, it's too small and isolated. Anyway, we'll have a good bit of the Sky World. Practicing on it since April. Okay, we should be able to make it up with no issues. No. Oh. What, pardon me? Well, this island doesn't appear to be anything interesting, but we'll switch over to Korok Mask. See if it reveals anything. No, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, I think this was the one that I hit in the beginning of the game. Or at least at the beginning of my first adventure of the skies. Let's see what else we can map out. Nope. Okay. So nothing there. What a tile and tag the adjoining islands here then. Should have been relatively straightforward. Anyway, so yeah, once again we get a pretty clear view of everything in the Thunder Zone, which tells me I should take advantage of this information. Yeah, because it was the construct platform down here. You know, a lot of connectivity over here. I remember this central platform, but then, I mean, without really knowing how to compress this probably doesn't hurt too much. Got this central tower over here, of course. Okay, let's figure out where everything is. This looks like a shrine that needs to be docked. That might actually be it then. It does look like it. No, but then this has been done already, so... Okay, maybe it's just not visible from our current camera view. So who am I missing? Wonder. See this? Yeah, just a very limited map of noise. They tell me I have the net. Yeah, because it's Skymine. It's still roughly the same zone. Right, because there are two moons here in fairly quick succession. Okay, so I play pretty casually. Untouched in years, actually. I think it's going to have to wait, since we are still in this game. Yeah, I've only understood what the destination is supposed to look like. Because the connectivity is just sensible enough at a great distance for it to perhaps be either center We found a treasure chest previously. Or maybe even close to the end. It's kind of interesting, actually. It looks vaguely like a bit of a dragon shape, almost with, jaws and torso and a tail. No, maybe you are supposed to go like right to the tip. Anyway, star fragment down there, we can't reach it. Doubt it anyway. This shrine down here, we must have done this. Yeah. Okay. Water temple this way. Well, this really throws a wrench in my own plans. Very inconsiderate. That was unexpected. Destroy the whole thing. Some branches. Yeah, probably. this point, I don't know if I'm actually revealing anything else new. Yeah. There are a few open questions that have been unresolved for a long time. That's not what we're here to do. So. Okay. Hang on. Anyway, we're not going to be using this, right? So. Yeah, I mean, other than the Thunderhead, though, I have no idea really where to look. Because nothing has really presented itself as a solid candidate move. We have everything up here. That's been done, though. Anyway. Taking everything just a little too slowly, but that's okay. That's why people who are awake and focused are finishing this in about half the time. What they tell me, anyway. Just trying to see. As you can see that. Overed. Well, weapon systems that they should not be, perhaps, but just don't know. I mean, yeah, we marked a couple of things here. Don't know if they're relevant. That's what I like using the basket. I just don't see where it could be. Yeah, it looked like we were quite close to finishing it, and sidetrack galore. What parts do we need off of it? We needed a claw, I think. I don't think we're going to catch him this pass now. Yeah, just checking. Yeah, Spike is here. Fangs are here. Claws. That. What did I even mark here then? That's the blue one. Where was that marker? Just don't see it. Okay, let's take a set then. I could probably just flow to something here. Yeah. Yeah, there's a drop. Just don't really know where to go. or whether there's an easier way to track this. Yeah, okay, let's wrap around to the other side of Death Mountain. We spent way too long just being indecisive on that island. We just need to play. Yeah, that received. Nothing much. Good. Oh, that's it. Okay. Well, it was never going to be a whole lot. But yeah, we know there was a new minecart course or something on the way up. You know, given that there was a shrine on the way up to the Wind Temple, I wonder if we just missed one en route to the Water Temple. Such a big sky sequence. So we should recharge battery or something while we can. It's okay. We have visibility. Chasm is down there as well. Yeah, this looks like a potential construct fight or something. Perhaps I would not have seen it previously. We're gonna need a few more charges here though. Yeah, definitely construct fight. Let's pre-select the weapons. Oh, we'll see. We've got nothing to attach this to. Really. There we go. Okay. Nice thing about wearing a glide suit for this guy is that for the recall phase, I can now glide down safely, or at least land safely. What are we going to use here? We're going to go to 58. Cover some two-handers anyway. Oh, you really insist. Also, treasure chest is already here. Sage as well, probably.
Yep.
Or old map. Okay, we'll take it 10. We'll gladly take it too. I've already found it. Of course I have. Another one down. Right, that was straightforward. No, not that. I guess we'll have to burn a charge. Much better. Well, at least this was something new. Or at least seeing new content. Which is important, it's just that we're missing something substantial. No. Nope.
Yeah, it's unlikely to be a shrine, but we gotta check it. Just to be a little more thorough here. I wonder what even qualifies at this point, given that some of these sky islands are below the summit of Death Mountain. Or something like a minecart ride to an additional shrine, who knows? Might be within bounds. But I doubt it. So, let's just keep going. Circle around here until we figure things out. I think I'm definitely missing something important. Also, I am missing something. What was I even looking for? Yeah. Yeah, it's just another tiny little island. It's unlikely to be really of any importance. At least by itself. Well, hang on. Let's need to plug another charge in just to be safe here. One more. Whoa. So much for that. Should have jumped out actually at the end. Want to go anywhere particular? Not really. Nope, still on another vehicle. We've been losing them like crazy today. Oh. Sure, why not? Now that we have so much more flexibility. Oh, no, there we go. Okay, so this was accessible like this in the first place. Village's map. Zonite spear. Lovely. Well, that would have been useful to know about beforehand.
Okay. Oops. You don't see it. Alright, it was taken care of, so. Just had no opportunity to loot it, that's all. Oh, we're just there. Well, this is a bit of a problem then. Let's figure out what else we can do. Yeah, unfortunately, just still can't find. Could be. I'm getting to think that we should have scrutinized the temple paths a little bit more closely. In case there was anything that failed. Yeah, I've just been scouting every little island. None of them really look correct. Yeah, this was just a vehicle point that actually gives you the quad rotor design. On our way up. Also, I never used a dispenser. How did I never use a dispenser? That seems like a very odd oversight. We should go back there just even for that purpose. Wellspring Island. That's also on a water temple path, right? Roughly. Okay.
I mean, there is a compelling interest in doing that. We'll probably do it with one, like with a battery. Yeah, or we can just spend charges. Those are the rocket. We don't want to put the rocket in the pre-build, actually. Given the issues we encounter with it. Okay. And we can even have a midpoint or something along the way. Indeed, we can just go for this one. Again, I think this was the first one I hit on the way out of Death Mountain within the first week of the game. Hasn't changed very much. How does the rocket line up over there? Huh. So maybe that was part of the pre-build and we just didn't realize, or we attached it to one that was just lying around. Anyway. Thankfully that didn't compromise everything. Where are we headed? Over there, okay. Bit of a long ways, but we'll do it. Yeah, with how elaborate the road is after, well, up to the water temple, you would think there's more to it than we saw. particularly given the Wind Temple gets 2 shrines on the way up. Well, water quite seemingly only has 1, but we'll see. So yeah, we played here. Let's think we have. We have. But visiting everything is a different question. Yeah, now that the rotation is going on the moon, the idea is that we come here and then we fly back into that circle. Okay. Alright, so what's this? Yeah, you can definitely enter the bottom half. That to me seems clear. Maybe the device was never used because we never accessed it. Okay. Yeah, it looks like if you launch carefully, you should be able to. That's just fine. Well, in the beginning, there was chess. Oops, let's go slash room. Now, do they know where they're going? See? Yeah, so we never saw the bottom half of this, so we should. Yeah, it's when it sweeps like that, we'll be able to approach it. Or even just go into the top half and then just kind of dropping around. We managed to do. Yeah, because we had activated this separately after doing everything backwards, if I recall. Okay. Well, also, that's rather important. Anything left to reveal? Yes. Surprised I missed that. Okay. Well, also, I never really swept the adjoining islands for Goroks yet, but that's okay. So this is the whole temple interaction. Let's think about this. Then from up there, what's the play? Anyway, and we have a chance. Oh, missed the opportunity. It should be readily accessible. Okay. Yeah. Whoa. Oh, I wasn't on the sky dive thing. Okay. My mistake. Forgot to actually switch to it. Well, we'll certainly switch to it now. Luckily, we did have a farrier. First time I've taken hits since picking up the glide suit, I think. But, 3.5. Great. There. And it's nothing. Okay. I was hoping bottom half would give me pressure or something. And instead we're just back to where we've been before, so. Luckily, we can get a fin here. Ah, okay, so I never rolled this. That's... Now I understand. Yeah. Right. Well, hopefully we get a decent number of fans or something, and the cost of the vehicle for this flight will not matter as much. We've lost so many vehicles today. It's just been one after the other being ditched in some fashion. Okay, this one does have fans. Our wing fan beam emitter. All these are good. We need a lot more fans, so just stay here. Okay, getting up to 21 fans, we need one more. Yeah, where the idea was just to get the cantina sunk to a certain point, right? Okay. Right, it's coming back now. A little bit. Well, this still doesn't solve the problem. I mean, as it was mixed cook pot in the middle of nowhere here. The fact that I also never found Wife Wafted Away, though, tells me that maybe there is an island in this zone that is worth looking for. Okay. Nope, nothing. Okay. Well, I mean, depending on what we're facing, of course. It does very much want to do two things. know, it seems to what is being offered. It's entirely possible that there may be 2 shrines that are at the Thunderhead Isles, given how dense what activity is. So let's do a quick one. It's yeah. Wrong button here. Just wanted to get a shot of this because it's actually kind of pretty. Okay. This has been a deeply unproductive stream, but that's okay. I did mark this one. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I know why I marked them. Because those are the points at which you can do some reading. Not that, but now, did I know about this? I have to figure out which side I'm facing here. Yeah, there's gotta be something I'm missing. But it's very difficult to gauge any kind of because we see 2 of the skydive pillars. You know, this is actually a pretty good view. Oh, this whole thing is connected. Maybe it's a grove at the back. It's a very large archipelago, actually. Oh no, I see. It's just a lot of different structures overlapping. It's not one system. Not like it's organically grown or something. It is just a lot of various things within my sightline. Blood Moon's gonna go. There's not much for Blood Moon to reset, to be honest. We haven't fought very much up here. Wellspring Island, Floating Scales Island. So what is this? This is Wellspring Island. The Water Temple Ascent. But then I wonder if maybe there's something else doable there. You know, have I really been above Eventide, like directly above it? Must have. Remember doing so. But maybe I'm missing something in the overall picture. Yeah, because we've just been spending this entire stream scanning around for that. On supposedly missing shrine, and you know, it could be out at a lot of different places. So. Well, we could try to dive back this way. Anyway, Black Moon. Let's just let it run. Yeah, it looks like that just gives you a wing track to launch over here. We were just over there, so let's take the platform off. Take the pin off, rather. We're standing on a moon during blood moon. Strangely appropriate.
When the glow of the blood-stained moon shines upon the land.
Such a visible structure there to the left. So star fragment. It's all the way over there. You know what? If we have a wing and a rocket or something. We'll just do that. We can dive towards it. I am on full skydive, right? Good. And look at that Gleok. Flame one flying over there. It's in the middle of the sky, which is unusual. Yeah, we're going to dive after that fragment when we can. Have a little more distance here would be nice. That's the way to do it. Covered some good distance too. Well, now that we're on the surface again, actually makes sense to grab a horse. Probably stop at the end. I mean, we're actually pretty close to the remaining shrines. It's recallable. No, it's not. Okay, so let's just rest up for a small. And chickpea as always.
Wow! Sa sa! Woohoo!
Yeah, spotted wings are always good.
Yeah, yeah!
We're short on numbers today.
Wow! Woohoo!
Yeah. We'll leave it.
Yay! Hey! Wow!
Okay.
Hi. Oh. Hmm.
Yeah, I'll pay.
Oh.
So we can get more ticket points for spending tickets and receiving more tickets in return.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
And we're gonna get all kinds of recommendations, like he thinks we're new to this or something. Little does he know.
Oh. Hmm. Oh.
Anyway, let's get back to the horse.
Oh. Hmm. Oh. Hmm.
Okay. Anyway. Yeah, we never did find that. Let me take this off her on. Okay. Oh, we definitely have been there though, right? Well, one thing we can certainly do is uh, hmm. Well, we got very little done today. Killed a couple of Gleoks. Stare at the map, try to find the last bit of it. We can also turn back though. Well, then we've got the castle over there. We've got a lot to do over here, potentially. If we can mark the stars because of a lot of caverns that may be located. That was quite a snipe. Yeah, sure. Why not? Oh, look at that. Yep. Do we take this one out? Might need the parts. Oh, let's get the horse away from here. Yeah, of course we defeated this. We can still take it. Take all of it to dispatch it quickly. Yeah, we've got plenty of spears, so. Let's actually head down to. Sure, let's reach your friend. How far are we talking? Look at the harness, right? Okay, we're over this guy, we'll probably follow it from there. Anyway, drag and drop. And oh, it's the. She's scattering again. I mean, if we need a bit of the cash, sure. This is, I think, the third location we found. Alright, let's scatter them up. Okay, this will actually be a little more challenging because you have to actually reach everything, but you can use the central platform. You can also maybe create some ice.
Oh.
Yeah. Hang on. Okay. I think upgrades and boards are something in advance, but I think ice may be the way to go. Except of course it's gonna melt pretty quickly. Oh, come on, get up. Yeah. No. It's actually the same problem we had before. Hang on, let's just get up on this platform and try again. This is actually quite a bit harder than the other ones, actually. Just... Okay. We'll probably make it, but we'll need to do a lot better to make the advanced benchmark, I think. Considering the scale of mistakes that we made. Oh, what are we missing? Ooh, missing. I don't. Oh. Close one. Yeah, we'll have to do a lot better for hard mode. Which I think just shaves about 30 seconds. If there is a hard mode for this one. There was one for the first one we encountered, but I don't remember if there was one for the second.
Oh.
But yeah, we definitely Lost a ton of time due to the mistakes, so I think we can improve this quite a bit.
Ah. Ah. Oh.
I wonder if I have a frost emitter. Actually. Entrance. Also, let's switch to Master Sword so we don't accidentally check something. I mean, I just sort of spend a whole bunch of fruit. We should have taken a step in advance. We'll do it for this time. Oh, come on. Okay. I think we can do it. Okay. Down here like this. I'm just gonna fall out. It's okay. Okay, no problem. Lots of time to spare, in fact. Same reward as before. Oh well. And yeah, there's no additional motor in game beyond that. As we discovered previously. So, unfortunately, I also can't merge anything into her seals when she's not looking. Much as I would love to. Look at this plank here. Spectacular plank. Okay, I guess we should check it. Really? Okay. Into it. Okay, then I'm gonna call it at this point. We really made no shrine progress today because I simply couldn't find where I wanted to go. Seems like this was... Yeah, this is already accounted for. Still scanning the sky quite a bit just to see if I have missed something conspicuous. This might be something. But it might also have been one of those that you just used the wing to return it to another spot. That actually has some potential. It seems like it's one of those where you pick up the crystal in that island and escort it, though. That's what it looks like, but... maybe we can try flying up to it just to see. I'm actually not sure. Yeah, it's not that close to the other location. It is just Aurora's blessing over here, though, so... makes me think that it was maybe a flight down. Can't actually remember. Is this cluster down here? Yeah, it might just have been a fly to crystal around style of challenge. Might be worth looking at independently, though. This little structure up here. No, we've seen it. What about everything here, though? Yeah, it's kind of part of the same complex. Anyway, we'll probably have to determine that next time because we're still on the hunt, and of course now we're within range to see that enveloped in thunder. Yeah, always so much stuff to do. And so here we are. Thought we were close, but we are actually no closer. Still, got a few things done. Mostly a lot of these side activities, side quests, but we'll take it. Anyway, I'm going to pass you folks on to somebody else. And we will hopefully be back tomorrow, and ideally we'll actually finish this week, because if I don't, I'll likely have to postpone it a bit due to some forthcoming streaming breaks. But that's all from me for today. So, until next time, thanks for watching. Thanks for bearing with the slower parts, where not much happened while I tried to decide which direction to check next. Just put on the scope and turned off the scope everywhere. In the end, though, we made it. Somewhere. Have a great day ahead of you. See you again soon. And above all, fare thee well.